Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. I'm glad you guys could be here today. We are going to be working once again on the player avatar from Poppy Playtime.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, Q. So, I've got good news and bad news. Good news is, we're going to be working on the player. I'm very excited to get back to him, because this is one that I've wanted to have done for a long, long, long time now.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Kolar. Working? Fuck no, I'm leaving for 6 months again. But yeah, good news and bad news. Good news is we're working on this. Bad news is, unfortunately, I don't know where the original avatar went. This was all I could find of where the original avatar that I had been building had gone. Actually, no, that's not true. I did not see this package earlier. It's because it's the one that we already have. I just resaved over the name, because this was actually stuffed inside of another avatar package that I was working on. I have a terrible confession to make. So, when I was first learning how to do avatar work and whatnot, let me resize this. I have the Windows Explorer tab over here underneath of our dancing player. I try to cover that up just because there's always, like, God knows how many files and stuff. I have no idea what's in these packages. This is actually an old scrapped project. This is the project that I do all of my random testing of things. So God only knows what's lost in here. I've had shit that I've had to do for friends. I've had shit that I've had to do for people who are no longer friends. I've had projects that I've had to pick at and take apart for other people who didn't know what was even in it. So I keep it kind of covered up because I don't even know what's in there. Not me redeeming the hydrate right after I have my own drink go down the wrong hole. Oh no! But yeah, no, how I used to organize these things, I had everything kind of wrapped in a single project. I want to say it was this one. No? What's that one? This was Cotton's project. There we go! So I didn't understand that when I first started making avatars, you were supposed to have a different, like, package, a different one of these. Scenes is the proper term, I think, for each avatar. So I just kept working on one and adding more and more to it. So I have the first test of catnap, for example, along with the second test of catnap, for example, along with the third test of catnap, along with the fourth test of catnap, along with the fifth test of catnap, along with the sixth test of catnap, and the seventh. Don't forget the eighth. So needless to say, this was all just a throwaway project for things that I was just attempting to figure out, would this even work? Because the intent was to throw it away. I'm sorry, Cherry. This is bad stuff. We have to go through doing it badly before we learn how to do it good. I don't do it this way anymore. I've learned. But because of all of that, I did lose all of the original work that was being done on the player. No clue where it went. Not gonna worry about it, because it wasn't functional to begin with. Somewhere in here, there is a prefab for the original test that I was doing for a grab pack system, but that was also not viable. So instead, we are just going to worry about trying something new and reusing all of the stuff that was already kind of amalgamated here. Can you teach an old chicken new tricks? Apparently, yes. I'm living proof of that. Everyone can learn. So we do have a problem with the players that I was able to salvage. They're not the same one that I uploaded. I don't know where he went, but we lost the original boy. We have 3 right now. None of them are functional. We go into the gesture manager, I'll show you the difference between all of them. I don't know why our camera's way up here too. So this one's our first test on the bottom. It doesn't have any of the fizz bones or anything set up, it doesn't look like. And for our controller, we've got a lot of options, but none of them seem to be the final version. We have the grab pack that will extend the hand if the fist is closed. But the trigger for that is off, so it shouldn't do that. And yet, no matter what the state it's in, it will always do that. Oh. That was interesting. Why did it do that? It, like, did a weird curving arc thing then. Well, I don't know what these two do. We have one that pops one hand out, and then leaves it popped out, but then also leaves a hand out. I don't know why. This one gets rid of that. But I'm not fully sure what else it does. This one was supposed to get rid of all of the hands, and that doesn't work. Surprisingly, the stickers toggle does work, but I've learned a better way to do this time. Originally, this was done with a higher resolution texture. But I think what I'm going to do is redo it, keep the old texture, keep it lower res, and find a way to put decals on it. I've never done decals, but there's no way they're that hard. And our googly eyes. Our googly eyes do work. That's like one of the only things that seems to work. You know what I'm in the mood for? An enchilada wrapped in a burrito, otherwise known as an enchilada. So then we have our second test. This one has the eyes out by default and all of our Fizzbone scripts just kind of out in the open. Again, not sure why. But it does start with the hands already extended, which they should be grabbable. And they are. Give me this. Give. There we go. We'll just drag them out there for now. Now, the actual hands themselves may also... Yeah, these are also grabbable. But we don't have any of those same toggles on this one. Whoop. Goodbye, Spambot. You don't know what that means. It means that I'm playing South Park, The Fractured But Whole. Yeah, so none of these toggles work at all, except for the googly eyes, apparently. So I think this must have been a much older iteration. And then our third one, which is an unpacked project. I'm not sure why I did that. The only thing I saw on this one that was different from the others was it had go-go. Does not look like it's got a floor collider. So it definitely was not one of the final versions. This one does have the hands actually somewhat posed, though. Googly eyes toggle does not work. Extended hand toggle does not work. Regular hand toggle does not work. Oh, man. So we got our work cut out for us with this. I think what we'll do... We'll keep this scene, but we'll just kind of start anew. I'm not sure what the most recent FBX is. We have 1, new legs, new test import, player test number 3. Player test. Man, oh man. I was not kind to myself with this. Love that game. I like the stickers. Speaking of stickers, is that a Swedish fish sticker on your tablet? It is not, actually. So that is a taiyaki fish. Zoom in real quick, see if I can show you. Where am I? There you go. I love taiyaki. It was one of the first, like, I don't know, I guess Japanese foods that I had ever discovered growing up. And I don't know, there was something about it being a little pastry fish that I just fell head over heels in love with. I'd get a tattoo of a taiyaki fish if I could. I reject your reality and substitute my own. Kolar headcanon is that it's a Swedish fish. You know what? We can make a variant for you. I've been meaning to update the stickers on the back of my tablet because I want to put Dr. Sawyer's eye in the center of the box behind the stand. But I wanted to make it like a little GIF that does his stupid eye roll blink that he does in the game. All right, looks like player test 3 was our most recent. Let's just pull that guy up in here and start anew. Check our rig. Okay, you're less broken than the other ones were. Because you were actually T-posed, unlike them. What's going on with that hand, though? Do you just not like that they're not exactly in the T-pose shape that you would desire? I guess not. There we go. So we forced it into a T-pose because it didn't like the position of those fingers, apparently. But that's okay. Now, I don't know how up-to-date some of these textures are. We can remove this old one. As well as this one appears to be missing something. We'll just start cleaning things up a little bit. Got an old, unused hand texture. See, the heartbreaking part is I remember fixing it up so that the new version had all the toggles already set up for all the different hands. We don't need all these different materials. Now, there is a re-rigged version in here. With fixed legs? What was wrong with your legs? Oh, we straightened the legs. That's good. Okay. Not a total loss. This must be our most up-to-date version. Because he's in the enforced T-post. He looks like he had at one point constraints for the new rotation of the hands, for the pseudo hands. Boy, he is such a hot mess of a rig. Also, I should clarify, there is no gender for this character. I just default to he for my own fucking identity. It's they, he. At least for this one specifically. But the players are not gendered characters by any means. I'm going to use this one. Let's get rid of you. We're going to hang on to you. It looks like these are all the textures for you as well, so we're going to just delete these original over here. Just to clean things up a bit. You know what just happened? Uh-oh, what just happened? Did something bad just happen? Oh my god, what happened? What is all this? Oh no, this is the convoluted web of a map that we were trying to make before, I think. Wait! It's time! Polar, thank you for blessing us with a Parco Fagore! Let's turn off Spotify for this. Do 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 do. Chi 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 wapai. Boing boing. Chi 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 wapai. Boing boing. Hey, come on! Moge 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 moge. Chi chi wo moge. Moge. We know it's going to be a good stream when we get to start off with him. Dude, what was happening here? We have so many animator controllers, and yet none of them have anything in them. Oh, sorry. I had to mute because I had sneezes. Yeah, man, apparently I made a new controller for each time we did a round of anything, but I don't know what happened. What animator is it even pulling from? You. And neither of you are set to active. There we go. There's the hot mess. Did you know that Coddle Woolhaven has released? The price appears to be around $17. I don't know what that is. All right, let's copy our avatar descriptor from one of these. And we do want to fix the armature that it is attached to. Oh, Cult of the Lamb, I see. Don't want us to... Oh, you don't want to bless us with your sneezes? No, that's gross. That's one thing that I can't get over in VR. It's so funny because, like, I have a lot of friends who don't really think about it when they're online, I guess. But they'll do something in VR that is completely unheard of to do in, like, person IRL. And one of the things that a lot of them will do that makes me laugh every time is if they have to cough or sneeze or something like that, they just do it directly in your face like a toddler because it's virtual. I mean, there's no risk of germs in your face or anything. There's no risk of getting sick. But I still, like, my first instinct is to mute and turn away or to hide it or whatever, to just, like, be considerate and not do that. And it makes me laugh so hard every time one of my friends does it, because it obviously doesn't matter in VR, aside from social courtesy. But I'm one of those people where if somebody does it to me, I'll still react. Like somebody's coughing in my face, like my face scrunches up and I instinctively back away. It's just out of habit because you're so used to that physical stimuli when somebody does that IRL. I've been building a poi for 7 days to die for so long now, and I'm finally almost done. Hell yeah! Good on you, Flanders. Just straight up shart in the middle of a serious roleplay. No, VR is so funny for stuff like that. One of the first times I had ever been in VR, I remember watching a dude absolutely explode a chandelier. We were playing Cards Against Humanity, and his friend came over to him, and they wanted to do the Dragon Ball Z thing where you, like, kind of squat and then hold your fingers up in the air and then, like, lean to the side and touch the fingers with somebody else to do the fusion dance or whatever. And he did that, and as he swung to the side, you could see his hand hit something, and all of us in the room heard was just a shit ton of glass suddenly shattering. And you could see he went dead silent as he froze, clearly surrounded by broken glass. And you could see him, like, pause for a second and then slowly put his hands up on his head like, oh my god. And then immediately went into the AFK pose as he had to go deal with the situation. VR is beautiful. All right, let's see, we plugged our animator in with whatever it currently has, and we plugged it into our... Oh. Why are you pink? And why is that handout? What's going on, buddy? Interesting. Okay. So we have an extension toggle that seems to work. No hand toggle works. Stickers are broken. Googly eyes work. Well, physically, their mesh does. Their fizz bones don't. Interesting. Looks like we did all of that test work specifically only on the left hand. So if we have the trigger on, Okay. That kind of seems to work. We turn it off. All right. We just leaves us with our normal, regular hand. All the pose. Oh. Why do they keep disappearing? Bit of a flexible hand. So the problem is that's activating the entire animation for all of these. Why did I bother having all of this be in the menu for toggles? I honestly might be better off starting from scratch with this. One of the few times I was in VRChat, a friend of mine tripped over a table and the model freaked the fuck out. No, what's even funnier is if somebody has full body tracking and they trip. There's nothing funnier than watching somebody eat shit in real time. Fusion? Oh shit, I broke my window! All right, so why, for starters, are you starting with materials that you shouldn't have? Didn't do that with the other animator, I don't think. So I think what we're going to do is just use this one as a reference and make a new animator specifically for this version. Things that have definitely been said in the past. Let's just make a new folder for everything. Or we'll use the re-rig folder here for everything. Yeah, we're gonna make create VRChat avatar. There's no FX here. That's all right. Create. What's our first animation for this guy gonna be? So it made it better. You could see the actual trip happen in real time, but then the model didn't know what to make of their positioning after the initial flip, so it went keyboard smashed. The amount of times I've knocked shit over in VR because my desk is a mess. Dude, I've punched my desk so many times, it's not even funny. It's a miracle I haven't broken these controllers. All right, we're gonna make this, get rid of that. New FX. Oh wait, but we don't have any of the hand gestures on this one. Crap. All right, well we'll duplicate our old one then. Remove everything out of it. This is an older setup? Where did I get this controller from? Because this doesn't look like atoms. Oh well. Okay. Let's make a folder for new animations. Put our shit in here. Hi, Sleepy. Thank you for the big stretch. The amount of shit I've bumped into when not in virtual reality makes me fear the amount of crap I'd bump into whilst in virtual reality. Yeah, no, especially if you're sitting in like a swivel chair. It's so easy to get lost. Turn you off and turn you on, and you are going to be our animation boy. So we'll just start recording a lot of our new animations right off the bat. You don't have any of your Fizzbones set up either, do you? Probably not. Moss is turning on again? What does that mean? God, I gotta find the old Fizzbone scripts. Not you. Probably you. Actually, our third one up here. You are our most recent, so I'm going to use yours. And I do have a note somewhere in my old shit about I need to swap where the scripts are in some of his armature. Wait. Can't stay too long. Got a friend to play Peak. Just wanted to say hi, so see ya and take care. Have fun on Peak! I hope you guys make it to the top. Do what I have not managed to do. You're like, turn you on, and I was like, ayo, ah. Interesting. Okay. Well, you're a Fizzbone script. We're going to copy that. You're on... Why did I name it that? What does EP stand for? Extended... Pingers? What is P? What? You are going to have to add a floor collider to him. Easy enough. Let's just duplicate it. You're not going to duplicate that? You are now. All right. And then you're going to be grumpy with the floor collider on you. Why am I doing this on this one? Go away. You're a problem. Put all of these Fizzbone scripts on the actual model first, then we'll make a duplicate of it. Ugh. My brain is not fully active yet. And this is a bad avatar to not have an active brain. Hello, Void? Void, you had a question for me. No pressure right now or anything, but just let me know whenever you would like me to help out with whatever it was. Just woke up. Give me a few to get in front of my OC. Sorry. No rush whatsoever. You know I'm going to be here for the next, 6 hours. Don't be concerned with it. Wih. Ah. What can I do for you? Should I do armature bones in Blender and houmst the fuck? So for your armature, what are you planning on using the model for? Because VRChat has very specific bones and stuff that it needs for the armature. But if you're doing it for something else like a video game mod or something like that, every different... Whee! There is a lurking pyro. Okay, for VRChat. Let me see if I can find real quick the required bones. Oh, you know what? Here, this is perfect. Somebody else made a different guide that is much clearer than anything I could explain in words. All right. So, Void, if you take a look at that link... Wait, hello, Pyro. It's very good to see you. But this shows you pretty much what you need for a rig for a VRChat humanoid rig. You don't need to have all of the fingers. There's some that are optional, but most of the ones that they are showing in this are mandatory. But let me write out just to be sure. You'll need, in order of your hierarchy, and I can even show you here with the player's probably one of the worst possible armatures to have. But always start with your hip bone. It needs the hip to be the first bone in the hierarchy for a VRChat avatar, unless you're doing something other than a humanoid rig. But from there, you go to your spine, chest, neck, head. And those are all of your upwards ones. Your chest will branch off into your shoulder on your left and right. Your upper arm, left and right. Lower arm, left and right. And then your hand. And then from there, branching back, starting back at the hips, we'll branch off a second one for your upper and lower legs, left and right. I did not know that there was a pirate emote until now, and I keep accidentally doing it. But that should be the full mandatory bones that you need for a VRChat avatar. It will yell at you if you don't have anything assigned, or if you don't have those bones. Otherwise, everything else is kind of optional. How's my feathery friend today? I'm doing pretty good. This has been my best day so far this week, I think. Didn't know there was a pyro emote. I've got a few. No, pirate. Apparently it's the capital R parenthesis, which I kept accidentally writing instead of L and R parenthesis.
Way to go, superstar! I knew you could do it.
But yeah, those are the bones that you'll need for your armature. When it comes to actually doing the rigging portion and weight painting, I've got some tutorials that I can recommend. I don't know if these are things that you can do in Blockbench or not. Oh, good. Hopefully the weight painting options will be better in that. South Park, the fractured but whole is unrealistic. You can punch a cop and won't get shot. Just need to figure out how to set up the hierarchy so that the hips are at the top. I mean, for me, I usually just start with the hip bone, like in the pelvis, and then go up from there. I'm not entirely sure how you would go about applying the armature and bones and stuff to it in Blockbench, but I don't imagine it would be too much different from Blender or other programs. I can probably find a tutorial to help with that too, if you'd like. Blender, it's pretty easy. You just slap bones down just like you would mesh. It's the weight painting that becomes the problem. Ooh. Alright. So what other fizz bones did you have? I really don't think you had any others. Unless you had more hidden away inside of these other bones. Should have just been 2. Yeah, I want to say that's it. Okay. All right, let's turn you off. Are we in... We are in Windows mode. Lower arm is not first child of upper arm, or hand is not first child of lower arm. You may have problems with forearm rotations. That's not a problem. Feels really, really bad asking you how to do all the digging. Also, I have no idea how to rig the face. I was hoping to make the jaw move, and I need to figure out eyes. Give me a second, I can show you the armature hierarchy I've currently got. Don't feel bad at all, Void. This stuff's hard to learn. Honest to God, we need to be able to talk to other creatives about it. That was my biggest roadblock when I started learning all this stuff myself, was that I would have an issue, and I'd want to talk about it with other creatives who knew more about it than I did. And 9 times out of 10, they would just stonewall me with, well, I figured it out on my own, so you go figure it out. It's like, that's bogus, man. Like, I get it. I'm not asking you to solve my problem for me, but I am asking you to maybe help guide me in the right direction to learn on my own for what I can do. Like, clearly you know more than I do. I'm asking for you to show me how you learned that so that I can take it upon myself to learn it. All right. Let's go back and check that animator and see our stickers here. It's pulling from these animations, which we don't want. Oh, ads are going to start in about a minute here. Let's duplicate you now so we can finally get to work on some of these animations. Don't worry about that. We can always T-pose it later. Here's the current setup. Let's see. I'm not sure if I'm reading it right. I'll wait till the ads are... Oh wait, no, you're subbed. You can hear me. So when you're creating your armature and you're attaching these bones to each other, clearly you're able to parent them because you've got your upper arm connected to your right shoulder. So the way that you would go about reparenting this is you want to parent your chest bone to... Do you have a spine? You're kind of doing it in reverse from what you have. You want your hip to be the first one, so the hip is the parent of the spine, the chest, the neck, the head. Just heard this voice line from South Park. Remember when Christians cared about the sick and the poor? What the actual hell? That's South Park for you. Looking at it, I might need to drag it over to Blender to bone it. Yes, I'm giggling. I don't think I can connect bones without having them physically touch. Ah! Well, if that's the case, it is very easy to reparent bones and whatnot in Blender. One thing I will say is you don't need to have a left and a right hip for VRChat. You just need to have one hip bone that can go straight into the upper leg or thigh. It's not the end of the world if you have a hip root bone and then a hip left and a hip right, but you do need to have one singular bone for the hip. I say need, but again, I'm not a professional. I don't know everything about this stuff. I just know you know, what's worked for me or what I have been taught not to do. So when I say something, please don't take it as definitively that is the only way of going about it. There may actually be a way to do it differently. I just am not aware of what that way is. All right, we're going to get rid of this recording for the no stickers because we're going to re-record it. Which we can't do without putting the stickers on first. No stickers. We're going to take this and just plop that on there. Good. And then for the stickers animation, get rid of you. I'm going to put our regular body texture, record, go grab our stickers, slap those on. Voila. Where are our googly eyes? They're not on this one. Realizing that now, looking at the guide that you shared, I just went for it before. Ah. I am living. Next dose is in 20 minutes. Godspeed, Foe, you've got this. Poor Foe is prepping for a doctor's appointment soon. Okay. That's the posed left hand. No left hand. Real left hand. Legit tomorrow, the fruit punch flavor will not save my pain. So this animation is broken. What do you do? Immediately turn off the real hand and switch to the posed hand. Then we extend. But the posed hand is already out. How is that? Because the extended hand is out? So do we need to start with the extended hand off? Is that not included in this? Looks like it. And this one starts with nothing. Becomes real hand. Becomes posed hand. Extends. Becomes extended hand. Why do we start with everything off? This one starts fully extended, retracts, turns the fizz bone off, fully retracts, and then defaults back to our real hand. This one's just a hand out. And yet, Let's go into play mode and see what the actual hell is going on here. Okay, so our hands started extended already for whatever reason. That is a problem. So the extend hand works. Sort of. Kind of wants to blip itself out in a weird direction. Posed hand works. No hand works. I don't like that when the trigger turns on, everything turns on. So why is that happening? What did I do to make it do that? Oh boy. Idle hand. Posed hand. Holy crap, let me get my menus in here. I'm assuming these are the new ones. Woof. Part of me feels like I should just start over. Maybe I should. That's gonna be frustrating, but maybe I really should. Why do you have all these animations in here already? I guess we can just throw all of our other animations in it so that we can see what everything is. Because we definitely don't have All right, well, we fixed the eyes. And our stickers work again. I really don't like how long it takes for these toggles to go through. Okay, expressions are turned on. And I remember there was a slight issue with some of them. We have a raised brow, irritated, panicked, angry, confused, cute. Didn't have any expressions on this hand. L trigger on.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the posture check and hydrate, Q. Actually, what's up with that one leg? Why is one leg forward? That's weird. All right. Well, the L trigger on means we have to turn all those other bits off. That's part of the problem. So whatever the current animation is for L trigger on active. Bitch. L trigger on. Left hand equals 0. Is that what you are? Left hand equals 0. So your idle animation, you have no idle animation. That's the problem. So this animation needs to include just a resting hand? What is trigger offset to? 4. So parameter 0 needs to, whatever our idle is, where do you go for wait, which one? For 0. Equals 0. Well, I guess we'll just create an idle animation that has all of the other stuff turned off. L trigger on idle, I guess. We're going to play with that. So we just want it to be the regular hand that is on. No extended hand. And no posed hand. Just our real hand. And I guess I should turn the fizz bones off for those as well. Let's see what that borked. Well, it's certainly not working. Why is that? Hmm. Very confused. Because when the trigger's on, it's set to the correct thing, but it's not playing the correct animation unless it's playing other animations on top of it. Which it shouldn't, but it might be. Left hand equals 0. Left hand equals 0. It should be the only thing active right now. And yet, I'm going to start over. And by that I mean I'm going to just delete all of this. All these toggles. I don't like them. I don't think that they're good. We're going to redo this. So we've got our googly eyes and our stickers are the only thing that we're going to keep. Okay. Duplicate these. Even though I guess I pretty much already changed them up. Because this is a duplicate of the other one. Yeah. I'm going to take you guys, put you back in the original. Because you did work for what you were, but we don't need you here. I did all that, and now I realize that it had the wrong controller plugged in. Can we undo? Just undo everything? Let's try that again. Go ahead and make ourselves a new animation, since we deleted the one that we needed. Bruh. Still busted. Is it off or on right now? On is when it breaks. Off is fine. On, the idle is broken. So the idle is broken for on. That is when it's set to 0. And because we just made that animation, it shouldn't be doing that. The fuck, man? I'm gonna have to rebone this in Blender anyway. Frag, look and show and tell it what I did with the boning. I don't think it processed what the boning was when I translated it. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, interesting. So each of those looks like a mesh, not an armature. That's wild. It's possible, but it's also possible that when it exported it as something different. Because it looks like it took every part of your mesh and made it into a separate mesh instead of all collectively one mesh, which might be how Blockbench prefers to read things. Okay. It looks like this is default set to be on the real hand, which should be on 4, which appears to be our problem then. It's not that idle is wrong. It's that it's currently set to 0 when it should be set to 4. So what's telling you to be set to 0 by default? Parameters, maybe? No. This has it set to 4 by default. So it should be off. So when we enter gesture mode, it should be off and set to 4. But something happens there. Yeah, it's currently set to 4. And it's off. Except when it first starts. Blockbench has its own file type, and I'm not sure how to export that into something that Blender can read. I saw one thing say turn it into an object file. I think that was my error. And another said use the other file format. So object should work, but you'd have to import it into Blender, into a new Blender project. Can you turn it into an FBX? Because an FBX might be better. Again, you'd have to open Blender, start a new project, and then import the FBX into Blender to work on it. Just so confused because it's starting on this one. This is 4. So, I mean, technically it's starting on this one, which is the idle state, with no animation. Then it gets turned to 4, so it activates this one. And the only way back to this is to be set to 0. Which is how we use the trigger. Yay! That certainly looks better. At what cost? Don't worry, it shouldn't be too terribly difficult to re-rig it in Blender. I've got a couple of tricks that might help you out too. But since you've got to flee, we will save that for whenever you are ready. Have a good time. Whee! All right, so we're returning to the 0. We become this active, or this idle state. This idle state goes into what? We go into the no hand animation. You go into the posed hand animation. So instead of going into the idle state, what if we just go into the posed hand state? Maybe that's what we need to do. So instead of having it set to 4, have this set to 2. No, wait, no, we don't want the posed hand. We want the real hand.
Security alert!
Woo, woo,
Suka
woo.
Gisplats has raided the channel with 15 eggs.
Welcome, Suka. Thank you for bringing me all your eggs. Let's get you a shout out here. And welcome all of you eggs. Oh shoot, I've had the dinosaurs on and I didn't bother to turn the visual on. There you all are. Sorry about that. We are working today in Unity. We are working on the Poppy Playtime player character avatar that I have been futzing around with for several years now. Oh, got a raid and run. No problem with that. It's very good to see you. I hope that your stream went well. And don't worry, we are also on that grind. This is the miserable portion of what we're doing. All this programming to try and figure out why all of these hands have decided to turn on all at once. They shouldn't be doing that. We don't want them to do that. We want them to be off. But it looks like... Wait a minute, hold on, it's working now. What happened? Ah, okay. So the problem is, I guess, that we never started with a proper idle. That's going to turn... We just want to have a regular idle, not the posed hand. So we just want it to not react. What is our trigger to make it react? I think we can do this better. Let's turn this one off. We're going to make a new layer. We're going to start this over. New left hand. We will learn from our past mistakes. So, we want to be able to switch between the posed hand, no hand, and the real hand. And we also want to, at any given time, be able to activate the trigger animation, which is the drop animation. All of you do the drop animation? Yes, every single one of you will do the drop animation if it is active. Oh my god, there's so much thinking ahead. All right, well, we want our idle to be the real hand animation, so let's go ahead and make that our current state. Just the real hand. And from the idle hand, we want to be able to go to no hand. That's no hands. Left no hand. We want to be able to go to the posed hand. And then we want to be able to go into a kind of looping animation of the drop. and then the retract. To return to our real hand state. But we want to be able to go into the drop state at any point. This is its own little sequence over here. And we want it to become active too at any point when in either of these two as well. Trying to decide how I want this to be, if I should go about doing it this way or if I should try a blend tree or... Apologies, I don't know where this scratchiness to my throat has come from. I was doing fine earlier today. Okay, so we want to transition. This is all... You're all one section. You're kind of like our idle state. We want to be able to transition from you to either of those two and back again. But we want you guys to be able to transition into this little loop. So you are an int. Let's make... Whoops. Should make some new parameters. Delete all of these. Okay. Fist trigger. That'll be a toggle We're going to set that one to active L, left fist trigger. And that's what we'll do for this. Your parameter is active L must be true. Wait. Sadly, oh, okay. I just had a really funny image pop into my head. So Eric Cartman's superhero persona is the coon, and it's given me this mental image of waking up in the middle of the night, hearing something going through your bins. You think it's a raccoon, and then you check outside, and instead it's just the kid from down the street dressed up as a raccoon, and they're eating the food you threw out. That's just reality for a lot of people. Maybe not the dressed up as a raccoon part, but right, gesture left equals 1. Shoot, I shouldn't have deleted those. Oh well. Do we have to have an override, though? All right. Let's try this, I think. Oh no, I did all of that. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay. Let's try this. What I did here is we've got it set so that the real hand animation, which is the only one that should be active, will be our default. And if the trigger is set to active and the player makes a fist, then it will automatically activate the drop hand animation. Then, if the trigger is still being held for the drop animation, it will transition into the fully extended animation, where it just like gravity takes effect. If they don't keep it held and they let go immediately, then it will immediately transition into the retracting animation, which will also happen if they are in the current extended animation and they let go of the trigger. It should play the full fixed duration and default back to the regular hand. Otherwise, it shouldn't do anything. Let's go into Gesture Manager and try it. Already off to a bad start. Okay, we don't want it to do what it's currently doing. What is the real hand animation? Real L hand. Well, ads are going to start in 1 minute. I mean, that's correct. That should just be what it's doing. Real L hand. Posed hand is inactive. Real hand is active. Extended hand is inactive. Let's actually adjust that too and say that we also want the fizz bones to all be off. Fizz bones for you are off. Fizz bones for you are off. Then we go into the drop animation. And then that goes directly into the out animation. Fizz bones on, extended hand active, posed hand off, real hand off. Maybe part of the problem is that I'm using a bool for this and I shouldn't. All right, let's go back to our controller, our menu, I mean. All right. L hand trigger will be a bool on our parameters. New bool, L hand trigger. Hello? Where did our thing go? Oh my god, was I doing this on the wrong? I was doing this on the wrong! Oh god. Okay, hold on. I'm so done. Okay. Okay. I really need to stop goofing up on this. Well, that was interesting. What's happening there, buddy? You kind of got your own little sequence of events happening all on your own. Oh boy. What the hell? Why does it keep putting me back on that other animator every fucking time? That's part of what's throwing me off. You know what? We're gonna go balls to the wall insane and just start completely over. Wait a minute. I may have found the old player, which doesn't help us now, but... All right, I saved a new scene. What are you? Ah, there is the old player. What were you doing? Buddy, please, tell me you function properly. Nope, You're also doing the thing that we're having issues with right now. That's fun. Because you're using the animator I have now fucked. Okay. Well, we found the old player just in time to make sure that I obliterated it. This is fine. I'm going to go so far as to say it's a good thing. Because I think we need to restart everything anyway. Wow. Hi, Snake. That's okay. I'm making it a little harder on you today because I am trying to do the programming and whatnot. I am all over the place because we are rewriting the player, who I didn't know enough about what I was doing at the time when I originally created their controller. I know a little bit more now, and I'm hoping to redo it a little better this time. But it is very much a struggle.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, baby.
We got a boomer!
Thank you for the love bomb, Snake. I hope you've been doing good.
Oh, this is beautiful.
This is a hot mess is what it really is. Well, just out of curiosity, let's see how that looks currently. All right, we're not shooting this off in the beginning like we have been. Closed fist works. All of our positioning seems to work. Let's go to turn our trigger on. It takes a little bit of a second, but if we close our fist, it does transition into our extended animation. It looks like it kind of goes apeshit, though, if we cut it off early. Let me try moving our hand. So that we can see how it looks from a distance. I mean, yeah, it seems pretty good. Why are you so mad? Me too, buddy. I don't know why there's this kind of delay going on before this goes off. I don't really like the way it kind of is doing what it's doing. Naomi's like, fuck is going on? Why are my hands not working right? I guess because there's no fixed duration for this one. Or exit time, I suppose. Does that change in the animator in real time, or do I have to reload it? Yeah, I have to reload it. Oh man, that means we have to move his hand again. That's a lot more instant. I wonder how that's going to behave in-game. I mean, it seems to be working all right now. And if we don't have the trigger on, it doesn't do anything. Now, the big problem is that we're also going to have to do something similar with all of the different hands that he has. So I wanted to put a particle system on our green hand for if it's electrified. Oh, big stretch. Let's set up our menu to see if the other hand poses will work. All right, let's try that. See if we can switch through our hands now. Okay, left hand posed. Let's turn the trigger back on. Trigger activates. It's worked fine. Left hand gone. All right, nothing weird happening with the trigger on. Nothing weird happening with the trigger off. That is not correct. So part of our animation is still going, even though it should not. And why is that happening? So you have entered into this while left hand equals true. Maybe instead of a bool, it needs to be a float. So you're stuck in the posed active position. Because I turned off the trigger while you had already been put into the active position. And you have no emergency fallback for what that should do. Let's fix that. Let's try it. Turn trigger on. Go to posed. Turn trigger off. Fist. Yeah, you shouldn't be doing that. Why are you doing that? Turn trigger on. Hold on. You're doing that regardless of whether there is a trigger. So why do you work on one but not the other? Because I did not put in the specified parameter that you have to be in hand pose 1 while also doing that. Wait! Hello, Kevin! Where the hell are our alerts again? Oh god, there's dinos everywhere. Welcome, everybody. We are going through programmer hell today. Raid time, Dunkle Moss, best blue meat eater, Littlefoot who?
Bet I can smash that.
But yeah, hi everyone. We are doing a lot of Unity work today. First off, how is your stream going, Kevin? been lurking here and there, but anytime I get focused on the Blender work or Unity work, it kind of absorbs my full brain. Moss ate Littlefoot. Didn't Littlefoot grow up, or did I imagine that? That's a lot of sauropod for one little raptor. It's called Leftovers. Littlefoot hit puberty and was met by a meteor. Went very excellent. Might have eaten Littlefoot in the Lil Bald Arc. Oh god. Now you guys are LARPing as me. Well, I'm glad to hear that your stream went well. If you guys were looking for something exciting today, unfortunately that is not what's going to be happening over here. This is basically math cosplaying as art. So the conundrum that I'm currently stuck in is this little guy here. So what's happening right now, a lot of this programming stuff is very if A, then B. It's a cause and effect kind of thing. So currently we are trying to set it up so that there is a trigger that will activate when this avatar closes its fist. And we want to be able to turn this trigger off and on, so we have to have a switch for it. But we want to be able to trigger it so that when you squeeze the fist closed on the avatar, the hand will go through a series of animations where it extends, it stays out and goes limp, and then it retracts, but depending on how long you're holding the trigger. And so far we've been able to have success with that on our regular hand pose for our left hand. So right now, you've got your left hand. If you close the fist, it just closes the fist. But if we activate that trigger, now the hand will extend, which it's colliding with an invisible ground right now, which is why it's freaking out. It extends and then it goes limp, so we can pick it up, drop it, just do whatever you want with it, slap your friends. And then when we when we open the fist again, it slurps it back up where it should be. Now that works currently on our regular resting hand. But we also have an alternative hand that when we switch to it, it goes erect. Hold on. Where are you going? You're not supposed to be down there. Oh, that's new. Let's figure out why that's happening. Yeah. If your robot hand erects for longer than 4 hours, please see a mechanic. I don't even know what we changed then to cause that. Hand pose equals 1. That's what changes it to the pose, but the pose itself is just bypassing it now. Hand pose equals 1 puts that in the pose position. If the trigger is on, and hand pose is active, Then fist is active. It should be activating the next animation. However, it's not doing that. It's just going straight into skipping this one, skipping this one. Let's delete all these conditions. I don't think these are helping us out much. He got so aggro when carrots got attached to my name. Fist is active. FragRaptor out of context. Oh, you would be amazed at the collection of things that people have been hoarding over the things that I say out of context. Let's get it back to where it was, where if pose equals 1, we'll have a posed hand. There's no other conditions to activate the rest of the animations. And that might fuck things up, but we'll see. Okay, hand is resting. No trigger is active. Activate trigger, close hand, activates animation, goes into rest mode, retracts. Okay. Turn off the trigger. Left hand pose, and there it goes. So it's not supposed to do that. Left hand gone works, but this one, where are you going? Your fizz bones are also active. So yeah, you're... Hi. Okay, fuck you. What is this state that you're in? Let's check the debug. Hand pose 1. Gesture left equals 0. So that shouldn't be happening at all. Did you just make the model, or you already had this design done? I already had the design made. The thing is, this grab pack has been fighting me for years. I've been trying to recreate a functional grab pack in-game that will feel the same as the regular grab pack in Poppy Playtime. I want it to have collision. I want it to be able to eventually grab things, but that's a long way off. I don't know enough about how to do that. Right now, it's just a matter of trying to get it to play the extending animation and to be able to alternate between several different states. And obviously, it's not wanting to do that because whatever it's doing right now is not what it should be doing at all. All this should be doing is going into the posed hand. Let's delete all of this and see if it'll do it now. Okay, posed hand. It's exactly what it's supposed to do. Where is that coming from? Are you activating that from down here? You're not supposed to be able to do that. You are activating that from down there somehow. Okay. This is the thing with programming. You really have to deal with it like it's a toddler. It's going to take every single step that you tell it, literally. So what's happening right now, to my understanding, we have this, our resting hand pose, which is what he's usually sitting in. You can see we've got several hands on this guy, but we have one set of hands that is just normal T-pose, flat hand. This is rigged to be your resting hand. This one here is actually a fake hand that is going to forever be in that 90-degree angle that the player's hands are always in-game. They're not actually rigged, I don't think. They might be. Could put a constraint on them. Could do something totally different. We'll see. Just wanted it so that it was easier so you didn't have to have your hands actually angled like that if you want to, like, use it for any kind of roleplay purposes or whatever. Just an easy puppet toggle. And then we have our third hand, which is the extended version of the hand. And we don't really actually need that. There are ways around it, but I'm not happy with how I rigged it initially. That's kind of where all of this trouble has come from. Because we do have bones in the wrist that can extend. But in order to have gotten them to work the way that I wanted, I don't know. I didn't really do them well. I might have to go back and actually redo that part entirely. But I'm hoping to avoid that. So our real hand, it should be the one that is active first. So by default, we are set to hand pose 0. That's what this one is. So when we set it to be in the posed hand, which is the 90-degree angle one, that says hand pose equals 1. So we are set from 0 to 1. Now it also has a toggle that says go back to 1, or go back to 0, if 1 is set to deactive. So it should always go back to our resting hand. The weird thing that's happening right now is even though our active state is up here, set to 1, and is not connected to anything else, there's a miscommunication going on down here. Because from our idle state, which is where the animation is resting when it first becomes active, our idle state still has the information down here that says, oh, well, if the hand trigger's on and the fist is active, then I'm supposed to be doing this animation. Even though we are up here technically, it's still giving it the same information to be able to go from the idle state to this one as well. So now we need to go in and add an additional condition that says, no, only if your hand pose is equal to 0, which is this state, activate this animation when this other stuff is true. So we need all of this information to be happening before this will activate, hopefully. Once that is active, it needs to go through one of 3 other states to go somewhere else. So if the fist is still active, it will continue into the extension animation, which will continue into the retraction animation once the extension is, or the fist is deactive. If the fist is deactive before it gets to that state, before it finishes that animation, it will automatically start to retract. And it plays the full retraction animation before defaulting back to its idle state. So it shouldn't need any conditions. I'm just worried that it's going to get sent down this path and then get weirdly stuck in here before it comes back and goes to the next one. Because the only thing that keeps that deactive is turning the trigger off. Play some Fallout New Vegas, asked Fisto advice. Fully integrated security technutronic officer at your service. Please assume the position. This is a bad time to have never played Fallout. Might have gotten a new fidget toy based on Fallout New Vegas. It's just playing Fetching the Bot for Kevin, and here you go. Oh god. All right, let's test this, see where we're at. All right. Fist. Nothing happens. Activate trigger. Fist. Extend. Collapse. Retract. Okay. Left hand pose. Nope. Immediately bonked. So what is causing that? It's activating the posed hand, turning off the real hand, but the extended hand is also on. Oh wait, no, that's the right hand. Never mind. Why are you extended, though? Why are your fizz bones active, and why are you down here? Because you're still bypassing it. You're still skipping ahead. Why are you doing that? Hmm. Guy rigged a robot normally used for law enforcement to be a pleasure bot. You activate the bot's service, screen goes black, and you hear mechanical noises and some sort of squishing noises. Wow. That's fucking great. It's so cold here in the Midwest that there is an exploding tree warning. Elaborate? I'm thinking we can bypass this somehow. not literally exploding. It's so cold that sap in the trees freeze and bursts the bark. Breaking bark sounds like gunshots, though. That's really cool. I'd love to be there to experience that. This sounds like it'd be a really cool thing. Fallout New Vegas is my favorite game ever, and the show is pissing me off. I heard the show was pretty good, but obviously has taken liberties of some sort. Getting to -18 tonight, but it mostly happens to the non-native trees. Chai! Hello!
Challenger Girl 9399 just shared 1 bits.
Thank you for the bit! How have you been? I hope the puppies haven't been fighting too much of this cold. We're supposed to get a big snowstorm this weekend. I hope you guys don't get caught up in that. Could be better, but it's okay. Oh, I hope it does get better. We are in the midst of doing some awful programming. Now it's just created a fuck ton of lore inconsistencies. Oh, hold on, I missed what you said before there, Kolar. Liberties are fine if they didn't say the show was canon to the games. Oh, yeah, that was a bit of a mistake on their part. As an autistic lore hound, I'm allergic to retcons and lore inconsistencies. Stay far away from the FNAF fandom, Kolar. Join us. Join us in the Poppy fandom. Oop. All right, let's see what I fucked up this time. Our pose is no longer getting yeeted. Trigger, fist, active, resting, retracting. Okay. Left hand, fist. Okay, trigger is inactive and fist is still doing something. It should not do that. Why is that happening? Wait. I may be stupid. Well, that solves that problem faster than I wanted it to. So the problem we were having is I had forgotten to take the initial hand off of the trigger for the fist. So every single time, regardless of the programming that we were doing down here, it was going to shoot the fist off no matter what. This is okay. We live and learn. All right, fist on our regular resting hand does not go active. Turn on the trigger, fist, active, resting, retract. Good. Left hand posed. Trigger is active. Fist does nothing. Trigger deactive. Fist does nothing. Now we can plug the thing back in. Oh my god. Left hand equals 1. Trigger is true. And then our retraction, we want gesture just equals not equal 1. 0, 0. 0, 0. Otherwise, these should be identical to one another. We're going to hope anyway. Still waiting on Kevin to tell me what Lil Bold has in his memory banks about me. Has some wholesome stuff about you and Rosie. Probably has some unhinged murder thoughts about me. Next chapter, less than a month away. All must join us in the Poppy Playtime. So if you figured it out faster, then... Oh, if you figured it out faster, then you a smarty boo. FNAF lore literally has a bunch of those loose strings for Scott to go from. But then, due to the amount of loose strings, if one gets pulled, a bunch of other strings get lost. For example, the box. Couldn't have put it better, Q. Alright, so we should no longer have any kind of bypassing, because there was no bypassing to begin with. It was all a lie. So now this hand should work flawlessly. So we've got left hand, fist, with no trigger, just makes fist. Fist with trigger does extend, collapse, retract. If we interrupt it early, it just goes faster. Okay? Left hand posed. Alright, we've got our regular left hand posed. Fist does nothing because the trigger should be off. Okay. Trigger on. Fist does the full animation. No. In fact, it looks like fist just seems to activate the first part of the animation, and then it just lays there giving me the middle finger. Well then. Let's take it. It's locked now. So where did you get stuck, buddy? We activated the drop. Equals 1. So fist is active, trigger is true. Activated the drop. Okay, we got some leftover conditions in these that we don't need. One more time with feeling. Trigger, on. Left hand posed, on. Fist. Activates, collapses, retracts. Cool. Trigger off, fist. Does nothing. Alright, now for the real kicker. We're going to fuck with it in ways it wasn't meant to be. So we're going to go trigger on, activate in rest pose, trigger off. fist off. Trigger on, fist on. Trigger off, fist off. Okay, it does retract. Fist. Trigger. Left hand. Or different hand pose. Fist deactive. Okay. Looks like it's working out. Fist off. Wrong type of stream for that. Ads are gonna play in 1 minute. And nothing should be happening at all, whether there's a trigger active or not, for the missing hand. All right. That seems like we kind of got it all solved, and it's a lot cleaner than it was before. That's for damn sure. Now, on top of this, it's also a lot easier now for me to add our other alternative hands. So let's go ahead and rename this left hand. Well, left hand, left grab pack hand. And what we'll do with this is we'll finish the whole thing on the left hand, and then we'll just copy it and replug in everything for the right hand. It's probably a cleaner way to make that look, but all right, let's go back to our controller, or our menu. And that's 3 of them for 1 menu, which is a bit much. I think we're going to go ahead and make a new menu. We'll name this one Hand Menu. We'll recreate the triggers that we already have here. Left fist trigger. Left hand posed. Oh wait, oops. Left hand posed. Left hand gone. So trigger, we want that to be a toggle. We want that to be our same parameters as before. Trigger. This one is a toggle. Left hand posed will be an integer set to, what are you? 1. Left hand gone is an integer set to 2. All right, now we'll change that in our first menu. We're going to get rid of these 3. Get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. And we're just going to make one called Hand Controls. And that's going to be a submenu. No parameters. And we're just going to grab the hand menu and drag and drop it in there. So that keeps all of our hand controls off on one side spot to themselves. Now, if this is the best that we can do for now, I'm okay with that. We'll have to test it in game. I might redo the animations for the recoil. I'm undecided. And the only problem with this is it does not collide with things. That's something I'm going to have to learn how to do separately. Let's get a version that works first, and then we'll worry about the rest. Looks like our ads should be over now. Okay. All right, player, what else did we have for you besides your right hand? You got all your facial animations are already done. I suppose we should make your other hands. So let's duplicate you. Rename you blue and green. Oh, you're the old shader. Well, that'll be fun. Duplicate you. Name you red and purple. Put the purple texture on you. Duplicate you. Name you blue and orange. I'm really excited to see what new hands we're going to get. All right. Now let's go ahead and make an animation switching between all of them. I'm just going to use a new animator. Red, blue, hand. Make a new one. Red, green, hand. Make a new one. Oh, wait. Blue, green hand. I'll have to rename that. Blue, orange hand. Blue, purple hand. Go back over to our project and fix that real quick. Blue, red hand. Blue, green hand. Welcome back, foe. Not too particularly proud of today's art. That's okay, they're not all going to be winners. You gotta have some art that's not as good as your best art, or else you wouldn't be able to tell which ones are your best. All right, now let's actually animate. Let's do blue-green hand, record. We'll do our material swap. And we got to do that to all of our hands. Oops, that was all of our right hands, I should say. Or not. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Okay. Let's do our orange hand. So, right hand, Right hand. Right hand. Did I hack that up? Okay. I'm gonna do purple hand. And then our red hand, we're going to have to change the textures that are already on there first. Now we can record to change them back. Put it in the shared chat of both yours and Kevin's server, but looking at it on paper, I'm like, damn it, I could have done this better. To be fair, I'm heavily unfocused at the moment. Yeah, you kind of got other problems going on today. Your mind's a little preoccupied with other things. But hey, you're still making art. That's the important part. Even if you're not satisfied with it, even if it's not up to your usual par. It's okay to make things that aren't perfect. All right. I feel a lot better about this now that we've resolved the hand issue. I think one thing I'm going to learn how to do for this specific model is I do want to learn do we still have bones in the fake hand? We are about to find out. We want the right arm. You're the posed hand. Hmm. You do! You have your bones! Oh, I love my past self. Thank you. Thank you. Now we just have to figure out what bones those are. Probably not that one. Real hand? Not you. Yay! Okay. I get to try something new. Because again, we're doing a posed hand. That means that our orange fingers need to be in the shape of a gun. Which we already have built into the avatar. Hold on, let's see. Right hand, finger gun. Where are the built-in poses? It's gotta be down here somewhere. Sorry, I'm trying to find the, Past you really said, I got you, future me. No, past me and future me have a very, very mixed relationship. Sometimes they're ready for a divorce. Other times they are the most wholesome, beautiful couple of all time. It just depends on the week and the project. But no, I'm trying to find the asset packages that we get. Here we are, here we are. Controllers. No, I don't want the controllers. I want the animations. Blend trees? Crouch, prone, standing. No, we want it for the hands. Crouch. No, where are your hands? Expressions menu. No.
If you become lightheaded
Found
from
them!
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Whee! Thank you for the hydrate and posture check, Q. All right, we need the pose for handgun. Hands idle. And gun. This is not a handgun. Big stretch. Really? That's the full extent of it? Copy. Bring this back up here to our player. Paste it. Tired right now, just watching some anime with my big ass TV. Gotta use the neutral special, Frag. All right, I've stolen the animation for the default finger gun pose. Now it's time to decipher what that animation is.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Wait. Thank you for the reminder to save, Sleepy. Eyes are getting sleepy, so see you again. Good night. Get some good rest. Don't be too hard on your work. You sounded like you had a day and a very committed seat. All right. I think even though I had good intentions behind this, I'm just going to go ahead and record my own. New animation, orange, and pose. Hold on, I messed something up here. I'm going to go ahead and turn the other hands off so I don't have to see them and get confused. I might keep this one, though, in the resting position, just so I know where the normal hands go. I don't actually know where. I guess it's going to sit how it currently is. Well, I know the pinky's going to be curled in, so. Wish there was a way to align the gizmo. I know there is, I just got to figure it out. Oh, yes, bitch! Oh, that's a game changer! Why did I not fucking do that sooner? Oh, my life just got so much easier! Let me see your fuck-ass finger. Why are they doing this? Actually, I need to look up what the pose is that the orange hand is in. Copy, playtime, orange hand. You know, the orange hand that was definitely led into being the most important tool in Chapter 4 that we used a maximum of, what, 3 times? I'm not salty about that at all. I am. I lied. I'm very salty about it. Okay. Now, in the end, I would like to have a different hand model or a blend shape or something for each of these, but we can always do that after the animations have been created. I think we do want to slide the two fingers a little closer. Just so it looks more intentionally like a gun, like the one in the game. Okay. I like that. Now, the other ones don't do different poses, do they? It's just the orange one. And the orange one also does not extend. So maybe we should combine this with the color swap animation. Uh-oh, hold on. Haha, oops. That's okay. Oh yeah, he's also sort of still looking up with that. We need to rotate the hand. Hand. Rotate. Rotate like this. And like this. And that's not great, because you're also still not connected to your rope. Not ideal. Let's see how that looks. Why did that include all of the fizz bones? Oh well. Let's make a toggle for that. This is just going to be a random toggle to see if it works. Orange and test. Add a new parameter. I'm going to just make it a bool. Orange, bool. Grab our effects, parameter, new bool, orange. Okay, back to our hand menu. We're going to set that to be our toggle or orange bool. Make a new Layer orange. Weight to 1. Create a state, empty. Off. Drag our animation. Make a transition. Set all this info to 0 right now because it's not important to us. It will be if you're actually setting up a real animation, but we're not right now. Add a condition. Orange equals true when on, and orange equals false when off. Now we go into our gesture manager and we're going to find out whether or not that worked. Why are you green? We're going to make him not green, and then we're going to go into the animator and see if that worked. Okay. Hand controls. Orange. And it did put it in a pose. I might throw Go-Go on here. Just to be sure. Also, our left hand gone is not working anymore. Why is that? Left hand equals 2. Left hand not equals 2. Hand menu. Left hand gone. Left hand equals 2. Oh, because it's set to a button, not a toggle. Okay. Let's throw some Go-Go on here and see if we can get that hand to do what we want. Oh God, where's Go-Go? There it is. This is going to take a second to switch over into, but it should let us put him into various poses, and we want to make sure that that hand is in various poses to see how this works. I should also say, if any of you guys can hunt down the dance that the player in the corner of the screen here is doing, like the actual animation file from Project Playtime, or any of the emotes for that matter, gimme. All right, what poses put your hand forward? I think the regular sitting pose. No. They kind of clip through your legs, though, is the problem. What about the laying prone poses? Okay, yeah, that's got your hand forward. Hand controls. Orange. I mean, it's a little off kilter, but I might tilt it a little more.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Rosie, hello. I'm thinking I might just rotate it a little more. Wah!
Sorry for Rosie's just subscribed for 14 months.
Oh,
FragRaptor
Rosie!
13 dance.
Thank you for the sub! Looks like it is actually pretty straight. Also, y'all, this is the worst part about this is I think I'm going to have to overdo all of this stuff anyway because I realized there was no reason for me to keep the hands extended past the cuff of the hand. For when they're in their resting position, they would just be flush to the base of the gun. So that fucked me up a lot. I think I am going to go back and re-rig that just because I am unhappy with it. Which means having to redo a lot of these animations because there's a whole string of bones in there that don't need to be there. But I think I would be happier with it in the end if I do it that way. Because right now the big hang-up that I don't like with having given them the grab pack as their arms, instead of being something that they hold like the Canon versions, it renders the wrist impossible. Because it's literally just that string. So if it's wound tighter so that this cuff goes over this little nubbin, then this could like kind of act as the pseudo wrist instead, until they're extended anyway. Interesting that it goes up like that. All right, that one does work though. So we can delete that. Go back into our rig. Delete our test because we know that animation is good. Delete the parameter because we don't need that anymore. We'll make a better one. So I guess now you can go back and fix that if I really want to. I guess I could start working on a particle system. Of course, the last game added the Omni hand. I wasn't gonna bother with that. I guess I could make a mod for it. Okay. Let's save, obviously. But let's pull out just one of our hands, our posed right hand for the green hand. We're going to turn all of our other right hands off. I think all of our effects and stuff we're going to do on specifically the set of posed hands. Welcome, Nico! And hello, Rowan! Uh-oh, none of our raid stuff went off. What the heck? Weh! Hold on, that's not good. Where's the earth-shattering kaboom? Heck. Hold on. That was Stream Element's fault that time. We're fixing that. Replay that activity.
Security alert! Security alert!
Woo! There we go!
Nitop0L0 has raided the channel with 2 eggs.
Thank you for the raid! Sorry about that system not working out. Usually it throws the dinosaurs everywhere, but it's been having some hiccups today. But hi, how's it going? I was playing E33? What is E33? Also, yeah, we're doing avatar making for VRChat. We're currently working on setting up a player OC for the upcoming chapter of Poppy Playtime. I'm hoping to get everything done perfectly in time so that we can add whatever new gizmos and gadgets we're going to get in the new chapter. Expedition 33. I still don't know what that is. Is that a newer game? 2025, yeah. I've never heard of it. Well, if you'd like to go off about it, I'd be very interested to hear. Oh shit, it won Game of the Year. How have I not heard of it? No, I've managed to go this whole time without even seeing an image from this. It looks beautiful. It looks like it would blow up my computer if I even so much as tried to download it. That's the trick, I'm playing it on PS5. That'll do it. Most awarded game ever? Holy shit. Well, I mean, I guess I'm no stranger to living under a rock when it comes to this stuff. I don't think anybody else that I follow has played it either. I gotta find new people to follow. In fact, I'm pretty sure I already followed you, Nico. I did, yes. So hopefully I'll be able to catch you playing it sometime. Thank you for introducing me to it. Beautiful and has stunning music and visuals and storytelling. I believe it. Just from the images that I'm seeing, it looks insane. I'm glad to hear that you had a good stream. What the hell were we doing? Oh, particle systems. Oh, crap. Okay, so when the green hand becomes active, it doesn't just get electricity dancing around it. The whole thing glows. Could probably do that with a shader. You're a dinosaur. Makes sense that you live under a rock. A big rock, hurtling towards the earth at great speeds. It's too soon, man. Tried learning Unity, but with 3D is just not my thing. It's a lot. It's a lot. I don't recommend it. I've been learning 3D modeling and Unity and all this for a couple of years now, entirely self-taught, only able to learn from resources I can find or friends that I ask who may know something I don't. But I've only managed to graze the surface of all of the different things that you can do. It's amazing because you want to learn it all, and every time you learn something new, it's addictive. But at the same time, it's so overwhelming, and you can spend literally months at a time doing something that is the wrong way to do it. Or not necessarily the wrong way, but the not ideal way. But stream's been going pretty good. We've found a lot of bugs that we've been working out, because this is an old one. This avatar here is one that I started several years back, I think I started it before Chapter 3? I don't recall. It's gone through several iterations, though. Originally, I started building just a grab pack mechanic itself, and I was using only particle systems to do it. I don't think that was a complete waste of time, but it definitely isn't the final system that I decided to go with. We actually just redid the original system I had for this one as well, to be a much more streamlined, much simpler one here. But now I'm looking into how we can do our different effects for all the different hands, and I'm looking at the green hand right now. I was thinking maybe I could get away with just using a little particle system in a very condensed area that would create little electricity zappies around the hand, but that doesn't quite seem to be what the hand effect looks like normally. Let me look at the other hands and see how they go. Because I'd also like to build a rocket for the flare gun. And purple hand doesn't actually have any effects. Not physically, anyway. It'd be cool if I could make the player jump high with it, but I'm not going to go that deep into it. Looks like all it does is have a cloud of smoke. Which we actually still have catnap smoke in this file. Hold on. Where are you? We are totally going to steal that from you. Do these have a texture that they go on? They sure do. I'm just going to copy all of these. Moon decided to tell me what they were getting me after they terrified me with the hint that they gave. Yeah? Gotta love and leave you now, though. It's 2 a.m. for me and I need eats. Go sleep! Holy shit! Thanks for stopping by, Nico. I'm glad I got to see you for a little bit. Hopefully we'll get to see you a little bit more over the weekend. Less of the stream involvement and more of just getting to hang out and play some games and do whatever. It's easier to get to know people that way. But yes, rest up, get some sleep, have wonderful dreams. We can always change these later, but at least we have the sprites here. Now... we want this to be on the pointer finger. The very tip of the pointer finger. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add an empty. No, we're not. We are going to hide the duplicate player. We are going to turn on the regular non-duplicate player, and we're going to go look for that finger again. Right hand, upper arm, lower arm. All of this. That's not the right one, is it? There we go. Pointer finger. Tip of the pointer finger. We want to add an empty. We're going to call this orange hand particles. I'm going to put that right on the point. And then in here, We're going to put this at 0, 0, 0, so it's on the point of the thingy. No, don't move the thingy. Put this on the end of the thingy. Okay. Now we're going to add particle system. And we get to do all this fun stuff, setting it up to be a two-part system. So for... Actually, no, it just has to be a one. It could be a two-part if we want it to explode. We'll do it two-part, because that's the whole point of the flare gun. It's been a long time since I've done anything with particle systems, so... I want it to be a very tiny radius.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
BuzzyOy69 can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, BuzzyOy. And thank you for the hydrate cue. Jokingly asked if the thing that they were getting me had to do with bones, to which they responded, it does not contain bones unless you count chitin as bones. Which instantly made me think, oh shit, please don't tell me it's a bug. I'm terrified of bugs. And due to the way that I react, they decided to show me what it was, which is a Hollow Knight mug. Aww! The good kind of bug. We don't actually need this one to be a cone. Let's keep it a cone for simplicity's sake. The problem with particle systems is they are size-based, and I'm trying to remember how to set this up so that it's not going to be... a size I don't want it to be. I mean, if I do it as a model, I could make a model for specifically the dart. But they did change that in Chapter 4, though. It's not a dart anymore. Yeah, now it's like a flaming ball. Which would admittedly be easier to do than... Oh, wow.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Q. I am not really looking at the screen right now. I'm trying to find the flare hand for reference. Since it is very different in Chapter 4 compared to Chapter 2.
Security alert! Security alert!
Wait!
EchoFay_ has raided the channel with 19 eggs.
Welcome, Echo Faye! Oh god, you guys are in the middle of an ad break! Everyone will have to let me know when you are no longer in front of the ads so that I can chat with you.
EchoFee_ can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, Echo. I'm waiting out these ads. We've got 1 minute left. All right, there we are. Ads should be over. Are we all here? Can you hear me? Why don't I get full ads? I only get like 40 seconds. It really just depends. It seems to be different for everyone. Especially if people have any sort of ad blocker or anything, it can mess with it. But I try not to do anything exciting during the ad break because I don't want people to miss out on things. Especially when it's from a raid. Hello, everyone! Thank you, Echo! Both for the follow the raid and the compliment to my model. Oh god, you've approached us in the middle of... this. We're teaching the player from Poppy Playtime how to shoot lasers. But no, welcome everyone. I'm a variety streamer. I go by FragRaptor or Moss. Moss is my name. FragRaptor is just the username. And we do artwork on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays we do drawing and Thursdays we do 3D modeling, or in this case, Unity work. because we have finished the 3D modeling part. And Wednesdays we do games. Also, holy crap, Echo Faye! Your dragons are gorgeous! I may or may not be snooping a little bit on your account. I'm definitely returning the follow here because, wow. Man, I have so much admiration for people who can draw gorgeous dragons. Thank you. I love dragons and hats, but mostly dragons. I'll have to look at your streams more. Only if you feel like it. There's absolutely no obligation. But yeah, I apologize. I'm a little distracted right now because I'm trying to find the reference of specifically the gun that we're trying to replicate. So in Poppy Playtime, there is a flare gun that is one of the hands. And I am trying to find a clear bit of video about like somebody using the flare gun so that I can see how their particle system works, but I am struggling to find any imagery whatsoever. Oh. Well, crap. I did finally find some imagery. And it looks like between the transition from chapter 1 to chapter 2, they completely overhauled it. It's not remotely how it was in chapter 3, not chapter 2. So chapter 3 and 4. In chapter 3... Oh, wait!
MS Painted Dog can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, MS Painted Dog! Your guess is as good as mine, to be honest. What are you doing? Oh, what you are doing is wizard work. Magic. Honestly, it feels like it sometimes. We've spent the bulk part of today just trying to set it up so that the player can transition between all 3 of these different hands on each hand without one of the other hands showing up. And right now what we were attempting to do here was recreate the first particle system for the flare gun, which comprised of a rocket being shot out of the tip of the finger and a smoke trail leading behind. So that's what this was initially going to be, was this was going to be the smoke trail. But it looks like in chapter 4 they changed it, so it's no longer a rocket. It's now just a big black ball that is on fire. And it doesn't appear to have a smoke trail at all anymore. Oh, wait, no. No, it does. It does still have a little bit of one. It looks like more of the focus went to the effect of adding flames, which was supposed to be the more important component anyway. So one thing we'll need to do, let's start this at a max of 1 particle. Yep, just 1. That will be our main particle. We want that particle to be smaller. It'll definitely be smaller than that in the end. We don't really want it to have a huge area like this that it can go through. We want it to stay pretty consistent, so we're going to set our angle pretty narrow. Oop, 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 oop. From the base. We should probably get a placeholder in here for now. Let's do that. What's a good material? Wait! Hiya, Rosie. Let's try adding this as our material. One little puff of smoke. There we go. At least now we can see sort of what it looks like. We do want to have a trail. Ooh. Distribute per segment. Dye with particles. Where's our trail renderer? Here we go, trail. I'll just put more clouds behind it so we can see what the fuck it looks like. Right now it looks disgusting. I don't really want it to repeat. I mean, we do, but we don't. We don't want it to be static. Let's give it a curve.
Security alert!
What?
Security alert!
Oh my goodness! So many
XAD
raiders today!
Maldonian01 has raided the channel with 11 eggs.
Hello! Welcome! Thank you for the raid. If you have to raid and run, that's perfectly fine. Don't worry about— Oh my god, another hello! The Red Dragoon!
The _Red Dragoon has raided the channel with 14 eggs.
Welcome as well! Thank you for not letting me go on about my spiel before another one showed up. Welcome both of you! What were you guys doing? My alert thing is a bit busted right now. It doesn't tell me anymore. I assume though, because you are with Red, or at least I'm guessing you're with Red, since it was a conveniently timed raid. But Red, I know you're usually doing Blender stuff. You were teaching them Blender. All right! What kind of stuff were you learning? Let's get you both a shout out. Learning how to model Zeromaru, the Vidramon. I'm not super familiar with my Digimon as much as I am with my Pokemon. Let me look that up. Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with that one, but I'm familiar with the rookie form. Wait. Wait. Hello, Kai. That's so awesome. Good on you, Zav, for trying to learn Blender. And good on you, Red, for teaching. I'm sure you both are doing amazing. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and throw a follow your way too, Zev, because I would love to see your progress as you expand your knowledge. I am here to support absolutely anybody who is willing to put in the time and effort to learn this shit, because goddamn, it is rough. Red is an awesome teacher. Oh, that's so good to hear. Red, thank you also for taking the time to help others learn. That's sexy as fuck. Going to throw Z's at the ceiling. But I want to give the bean a lurk. Oh, thank you, Kai. Frag helps teach me sometimes. I love seeing people learning new stuff like Blender. Yeah, it's hard, but it's worth it. And by hard, it's more so, it's just frustrating because it's so much to learn. You think you've learned one thing, and then you find out there's like 10 million other things that are involved with that thing. But it's no different than Pokemon and Digimon. You just gotta learn all the right words, and all the right moves, and all the right types, and all the... You know what? It's actually a lot worse when I say it out loud like that. Never mind. But yeah, go ahead and get some sleep, Red. Thank you for dropping off all your little eggs. I will take good care of them. And you too, Zav, if you have to raid and run, there is no problem with that. For those of you who are new, I am a variety streamer. I am FragRaptor. I go by Moss as well. I do artwork. 2D Tuesdays is when we draw. 3D Thursdays is when we do 3D modeling and any kind of Unity work. And then on Wednesdays, we do gaming. I only dabble in 2D, cry. No, no, Kai, it's fine. It's okay. It's perfectly fine. Keep your sanity. Gonna head off and get myself the rest of my leftover curry and go relax after. Have a good rest of stream. Thank you so much, Zav. Have a good rest of your evening. That curry sounds delicious. I may be hungry. But Frag, I want a pretty Kai model. You see, the secret is, I don't like to draw very much. So you find yourself a 3D artist who gets very salty about drawing. And then you're like, hey, I do the drawing. Wink, wink. You do the 3D modeling. Wink, wink. There's this little thing called an art trade. Of course, the big problem there is trying to do that when the 3D modeler in question doesn't have 10 million other 3D models they're working on currently. Whoa, that's a new effect. Actually not opposed to it either. I think we need to do a mountain, though. Luckily, I brought some kimchi ramyun and kimchi. I can't pronounce that one. Tikubaki? Whatever it is, sounds delicious. I am very hungry. All I've had today is a hot dog. Going to sleeps. Drew horny before bed. I go beds now. Good night, Kai. Thank you for blessing the world with more horny. What does the ratio do? Ah. All right, we'll play with that. Because I don't want it to stay perfectly straight like that. Can we do it static? No? Static is not what I wanted. Not stretch. I mean, that's kind of better than nothing. That looks a little closer to how it is in the game, but I obviously want the tiles to follow the camera. No, baby, I haven't seen your DM. I'm sorry. We got raided like 3 times. Also, yes. Cherry, it is your birthing day as of yesterday. So congratulations on your birth. We will be doing a movie night at some point when you are free, but there is obviously no pressure or obligation or anything to rearrange a schedule for it. Probably sometime on the weekend. Happy uterus escape day. Oh. You know what? I should put a ground. Because I'm going to want this to collide off of things. I don't know if I have to have that turned on or not. I don't remember. Last time I did this was when I made catnap. Hello, friendly! Didn't notice StreamerBot logged out of my stuff. Someone tried rolling a 3D D20 and wasn't working. Aw. Alright, let's actually make this longer width-wise. Oopsie. That's not the right one. That's also not the right one. There we go. Because we're going to want to make sure that it hits the ground. We'll go ahead and make another one that's a wall. What happened here? Where did it go? Am I just not seeing it anymore? Did something happen? We put some panels down, but it should still be there. What the hell happened? Well, shit. Let's add a couple more particles and see if maybe we can find it, because where the hell did it go? Is it because it's going through this panel? Dude, where did it go? Thank you, baby. It just fucked off forever, I guess. Well, that's great. I'll just restart the entire particle system. Because I don't know what happened there. I don't know what I did. But that's okay. We didn't really do much. There we go. Okay, good. How come I can't see the collision size? Visualize bounds, that's why. don't want it to dampen the movement. It can bounce as many times as it wants. No lifetime loss. Hey, Kirk. Hope you're having a good night. We're playing around right now with particle systems, trying to create a recreation of the flare gun from Poppy Playtime Chapter 4. And currently, we're just messing around with it, trying to get general movement figured out. Well, I don't think that we need noise for this part necessarily. But I do think we're going to make a secondary particle system for the ball itself. Or a sub-emitter, that's what I mean. Well, that's something. Let's change it back to just one. Okay, that makes it a lot easier to understand. Just got back from my bestie's IRL place playing Kirby Return to Dreamland. Oh, that sounds fun. Oh, so what is that Project Playtime GIF happening in the bottom corner there? So behind that is a file explorer, essentially, on my computer. And it's not that I've got anything that I need to stay hidden, but I have a lot of other projects in this specific project that we're working on. and it's a really old project, so I've got like a shit ton of other avatars that I've done and thrown together haphazardly for friends, and had friends have me take a look at to figure out what's wrong with them, and it's just a lot of stuff that I've never bothered to organize. So I just don't really need it fully out on the open there for people to be like, what is that? Because I'm going to be honest, some of them have not safe for work toggles and stuff on them that I know nothing about, but because that's part of the avatar, it's implemented regardless. So I just don't, in case there is a file in there for somebody's avatar that I've worked on at some point in time that's named something really inappropriate, like gargantuan kaiju dick. Things like that. True, privacy is enough said, but I like to make a joke about it. I'm actually thinking it makes more sense for it to not taper at the end of the trail. This is going to be another one that we're going to have as a grow and shrink situation. Because we want it to appear tiny when it first appears, grow to our maximum size pretty quickly, and then because we can't fade things out without having to make a script for it to do that, the easiest way I've found is to just have it slowly disappear like that. Good evening, Soulstone! Thank you so much for the lurk! So what we'll do is we'll have it go up in size first, fairly fast for when it first comes out. Oh, that's huge. That's just too big of a size in general right now. But that's okay. This affects the grand scheme of things. And when it's ready for it to die out, it'll just whoop. You know, we really don't want this trail to last as long as it's lasting. Can we set it to a half lifetime? Ooh, even better. We'll set it to less. I'd really prefer if that trail scattered. But we'll see. There's definitely more I can do there. That's an interesting effect. Let's make it a much shorter lifetime, I think. Because we really just want it to be enough that it creates the illusion that it's on fire. Also have to get down to the player's POV. No, why are you here? Let me get very tiny. I want to be very close to the size of you. Weh. Here. POV, we are small bean. Weird that you don't really see that at all from behind. Ah, no. God, it's so hard to judge the size. It's definitely bigger than we want. I'm not loving the smoke trail. Kind of at all. Welcome back, Kohler. We're still just messing around with this, trying to make it look more and more like the flare dart. What can I put here, and what does it do if I do? Changes the color of the whole thing. Made too much ramyun. You want some? Absolutely. Y'all are gonna starve me to death on this stream. I'll play around with the sub-emitters after we've got more of this how we want. Is it actually possible to grab things from a distance when shooting the arm in VRChat? Not yet, because I have to program a script for that, and I have never done any kind of scripting before. But as soon as I figure out how, baby, you know I'm all over that. That's been the ultimate goal. Because the thing is, if I have the power to recreate the grab pack in VRChat, that means I have the power to recreate Project Playtime in VRChat. Yeah, see where I'm going here? Then Project Playtime becomes my game. Oh. So the Coke cans are actually from a different avatar. They're just a ready available sprite that I can use that I made for a different avatar. It's just something that is available in the project already. But right now, I see how we're using the smoke particle for the time being. These were a test particle from when I made Catnap. And we don't need to be using that right now. We could just use a Coke can. Here. Actually, we'll switch it. We'll use the smoke for the trail. And the Coke can for the bullet. That way we can be sure everything is moving correctly. I don't like that it keeps spreading out in different directions. I might make it on a more narrow path. Yeah, that's from Locke's avatar. I made him a Coke cannon. So he can, like, unhinge his jaw and just wildly assault somebody with a spew of Coke cans. To mimic IRL, because Coca-Cola is trash and you throw it away. Well, it looks like ads are going to start in about a minute here. And that leaves us with our final hour of the stream. Chucking cock cans reminds me of a weapon on Second Life where it was a minigun and someone put a mesh blue whale as a bullet. Luck had me download his avatar and we ran around in worlds together. Yeah, the fjord worm is one that I've been meaning to put up available as like a very minimal, like cheapo avatar because I did make it very, very fast and Luck gave me permission for it. Either free or like a $5 or something like that. Something simple. Also, yes, I agree completely, Zatani. Root beer is the superior soda. They come in cans now. Currently letting my shit get rocked in Sonic Battle, so I have enough skill points for attacks. I think I lied too. I think I do want this to fade more. I'm also starting to think that maybe I don't want it to be a trail at all. Maybe I just want it to be a sub-emitter. I hear your root beer and raise you orange cream soda. That would be Popple's favorite, probably. He's big on orange. Much prefer Bark's root beer for general drinking, A&W for root beer floats. What have I been drinking lately? Mine's been A&W. I do feel like A&W complements ice cream better. I'll drink mug, but it's low on the list. It's hard to get root beer there. Usually find some, but it's expensive and not reliable. Oh man, that sucks. Root beer is like the best soda. I guess you could settle for birch beer, but it's not quite the same. Not as sweet. I drank Sprite with tea in it today. That's a very popular combination. There's a subtle bitterness in root beer I can't taste. It's not too bad. Kevin, what is your favorite soda, if any? Looks like I can throw a light onto this particle system without it yelling at me or having any problem with it. Which is good to know. Which means it could actually work for the purpose of actually being a flare. Does anyone know how long each flare lasts in Poppy Playtime? They really don't last long. They only last like 5 seconds. Ginger ale? That's a good one. Ironically, you share the same favorite soda as Shadow the Hedgehog. Can't sleep, just gotta wait till I feel tired. Just got out of the hot shower. I hope that you are able to get some sleep soon, Sleepy. Go on a soda spree when I come over. I need to try Baja Blast. I feel like you're gonna be disappointed, Kolar. But then again, you like Sprite, so you might love it. I personally don't really taste a difference between Baja Blast and regular Sprite, and I'm not a fan of Sprite to begin with. Spend an entire month's budget on soda and fast food. Oh, well, there you go. Baja Blast was made for Kolar specifically then. Also, welcome back, Void. What? Oh, that's why. No, we don't want collision messages. I need to find the Jones Fallout sodas too. I used to really like Jones Soda, but their bubblegum soda just really disappointed me. I've been dying to find a good bubblegum soda. Drinking Pepsi makes my teeth go sensitive after one can. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. A lot of people can't drink soda because of how sensitive their teeth are. Shadow's favorite is ginger ale. This is not something I know, shockingly. Yeah, it was revealed on one of their Twitter takeovers. Apparently he likes to have a ginger ale and hang out with Black Doom's, the starfish dude. That was how it was revealed to us that he had survived, by the way. Doom's Eye. But yeah, he very casually dropped that lore on us during a Twitter takeover. New question is, how the fuck do I fix these bones? Well, you're gonna have to know a little bit of how to navigate around the Blender program. Forgot about the different modes in Blender. Yeah. When did you first start doing 3D modeling and what program do you use? I use Blender and Unity. Blender can do pretty much everything that you need for doing any kind of 3D modeling and stuff like that for gaming. If you want to do better than what's built in natively to Blender, there are plugins to make it a more efficient program. There are also additional programs that you can use, like a Substance Painter, Army Painter, things like that for doing your texture work. They're more ideal for doing better texture works and whatnot. But for the most part, Blender's got all you need. And then Unity is how I do all of the programming stuff, which is what we've been doing today. What is Sonic's favorite soda? I don't know, but I do know that he hates strawberry, which was also revealed in the Twitter takeover. And I don't know if it was intentional to be like he legitimately hates strawberry or if he was just being kind of a little shit to Amy because she was trying to explain that her favorite dessert was strawberry shortcake and he threw a tantrum over it and in the distance away from his mic shouted, "Strawberry shortcake sucks!" In Show and Tell, I posted the largest candy store in Minnesota. Not all the pictures, but includes their wall of root beet. Hold up. Whoa! This thing looks like the fucking yellow submarine. What the hell? That ceiling is awesome! I want my ceiling to look like that. I don't know why there's Marvel characters. But sure, I guess. God, that's cool. If anything, the Marvel characters actually ruin it for me. Because that just feels like cash grab. They have a really cool thing going otherwise. They should make up their own characters for it. Amy x Sonic has to be a pretty toxic relationship, right? Man, I don't know. I don't believe in that. I think that a good couple knows how to have fun bickering. Like, the people that I am most flirtatious with are the people that we can definitely make fun of each other, knowing that none of it means anything. I'm surprised that Strawberry Shortcake didn't have a successful reboot. I mean, it had some, but nothing like Transformers or My Little Pony or anything like that. Actually, Rainbow Bright is one that I really expected there to be more attempt to reboot, but they just sort of never did. That's interesting. When did that start rippling? It's really into strawberry shortcake, and then they did a revamp of the series in the 2010s. Didn't click with the remake, though. They were cute. Wait. Every winter season, they take time to redecorate the inside. Posted another recent picture. Let me see. Whoa! Whoa! Hold up. Okay. They repaint that whole fucking ceiling? That's an insane amount of work. But again, why are we relying so heavily on Disney and DreamWorks properties? This one's all, like, I see Dumbo and Aladdin and Toothless and Kung Fu Panda. Dude, I get it. That's capitalism for you, but you're gonna pour this much passion into it. Do something for you. Don't ride the fucking Disney IPs. Disney sucks. That's possible, I guess. But admittedly, Disney's not a big fan of chilling things out like that. I don't know. That's some pretty crazy stuff. I'd like to know a little more about how the behind the scenes operates for that. This is a really unique business. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know if it's just, are they shilling out a shit ton of money for this? But it can't be. Not when it's repeatedly over and over again Disney. Although Doctor Who... yeah, no, there's Star Wars in there. Yeah, they've got to have some kind of contractual alignment with Disney for this stuff. This is too much. I mean, not just Disney, but unless the owners are fucking billionaires, I cannot imagine. That's crazy. Right now that I know kind of what I'm looking at, I'm gonna drop back into Lurk. Thank you for all the assistance, Frag. I was so fucking lost before. Sure thing, Void. If I can help at all anymore in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Owners also own apple orchards, so maybe... yeah, okay. If that is the case, then yeah, these are some business... these are some business folks. They know how it works. And they are doing a good job with it. Good on them. I hope that they're good people. Ugh. I can tell I'm not getting hardly anything done now because of the distraction of hunger. This always happens. Alright, what the hell's going on with this trail? Why did it start wib wobbling? I guess it's just the tile that does it? Ha! No, that's bad. I just don't like the trail. We're gonna go with a sub-emitter. We're gonna try anyway. I don't know if we have to keep this light on the model to make that work or not. We'll put it on him, but we'll keep it kind of in its own area. All right. This is a sub-emitter, which means that this is a secondary particle system that we want to activate that will be contained within one of our little cokes over here. So it'll only emit from the particle of the first system. So we don't want it to be a cone. We want this one to just be a sphere. We want it to go off in all directions. We do not want this thing to be very big. Well, let's just leave that in existence for now and set that as the subparticle system for this guy. Sub-emitters. Birth. Sub-emitter. Assigned sub-emitter could not... Oh, is not a child of the current root particle. So it is not considered part of the current effect. Do you want to reparent it? Yes. Perfect. So now this guy we can make much smaller. Sorry that our window's been so tiny this whole time, too. I guess I could have smooshed this down so that we could see a little better. They have an animatronic band that starts playing music, but it's nothing fancy. Just bit pieces of anthro candy. It's like how carnivals always feature popular characters that they absolutely don't have the rights to. These folks sell lots and lots of candy, imported and etc. I'm sure they probably pay for whatever licenses they need to. Been around since the 1960s. They were planning on moving to a new location down the road, but the land was very swampy and would cost a fortune. Take a lot of time to make it stable for a building as well as parking. Oh, big pieces of anthro candy. Gotcha. I'm glad they're still doing the animatronic band thing, because I feel like that's a dying art. Posted a clip of it, you judge. Can view it later. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, because unfortunately I am still trying to focus on this. I've only got about half an hour left. Orb. Actually, Locke, you are one of our beta test things right now. Because our orb is actually a Coke can. We're working on recreating the flare gun for our player. Let's go ahead and give this one that noise toggle. Or not toggle, effect. There we go. That's looking more like fire. If anything, I think they're lasting a little too long. Is the flare meant to be that heavy? According to Chapter 4, yes. Because they changed it. From Chapter 3, it was originally like a little missile that would shoot out of the tip of the finger and had a smoke trail that came behind it. But in chapter 4, for whatever reason, they changed it so it was no longer a missile, it was now just a little black ball that's on fire. And has little, like, fleckies of fire flaring off of it. Boko, honey. My cat has stuffed his butt in my face again here. Alright, this is going too much at a distance. I wanted to ask something, but I think it would have to be a DM question. Oh, okay. Man, Boko is not wanting to let me work on this at all. POV, I'm shooting the Coke can. I don't think this... I'm going to take this off as the sub-emitter for a moment. And just focus on making this look how I want it to look, I think. Because right now, it's a little too all over the place. God, that's the worst part with Boko. He doesn't have a set time for when he's fed. He's a grazer. He has an automatic feeder that's full constantly of kibble. It refills itself at all given times, so he is never out of kibble. He just does this. And it's not like he wants to be pet or have my attention or anything, because he won't sit on my lap. He gets irritated if I pet him too much. Like, if I'm petting him on the head right now, and he won't stop moving. He's like trying to get away from me.
Boomer!
Wee.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the big stretch and hydrate lock. Weh. The one thing I don't like is how far away the particles are drifting. That's what I need to fix first. Thank you, baby. Why is it going down? Interesting. Why is it spiraling like that? Why is it such a large range? It should not be going this far.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Sleepy. Are you rotating? Is that what you're doing? Why are you flat? Hmm. Okay. This is interesting. I've never really had it do this. And I guarantee you it's just because I've gone into this without any kind of refresher over what I'm doing. Because they really shouldn't be this uniform. They should be going in all directions. That is what work be like. This is stuff that does take quite a bit of focus. Yeah, why are you not going in a 360 arc? You're just spewing out one hole. It's in like a perfect line. That's not what we want. Hmm. What? My brain is melting. Wait. I don't like what's happening here. I'm gonna forego the noise for now. I like it, but it's a little too hard to control. I want this to be doing exactly what I want it to do. That, and I think I'm just so fucking brain dead at this point in my day that until I get some food in me, I'm probably not going to be able to figure this out. Thankfully, we are down to about our last 10 minutes of the stream. This would have been easier going into it had I already planned ahead and made my sprites for this, because I think all we need for the first one is a ball. And then we need some smoke. We're going to need electricity for the green hand. Oh yeah, little embers for this part. This hot pink that what it is right now. Problem is the noise is like pretty much exactly what I want, but it's not doing what I want, and I don't know enough about it. I didn't do noise on previous stuff. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be something. It sure would help if this wasn't in your fucking feet. That's part of the problem. Let's just move you up here for now. See, that's the part that I don't get is why does it exclusively only go one direction? It should be spreading out in all directions. But this is taking the whole cluster. I want it to affect them individually. I've made bees. See, that one's so erratic. And if it's not fast enough, then the whole cluster just moves together. I don't like the way that's moving. Okay. Hmm. Nope, ads are going to play any minute here. And I will say, once they are done, we are probably going to go ahead and raid out. I'm very sorry that I didn't get this to a point where we can see a good functional light being used here, but particle systems take time. A lot of intricate little details, at least depending on what you're doing. You can use a particle system to make just about anything you can possibly imagine. You just have to know what to futz with. And that's part of my problem here. Good night again, Sleepy. I really don't like the way some of these are just blip disappearing. I would like for them to not do that. So, what can we do? Size over lifetime. Hello, cat. All right, this is definitely starting to look more like how I want it to.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Oh, wow. Thank you for the hydrate cue. My biggest concern with it is that it's not spreading out very far. It's very tiny. So let's figure out why that is.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Hello, Ink Bleeder. Thank you for joining us. We have just had our last commercial break of the stream. We're going to go on for just a few more minutes here while I'm trying to get the last little bit of detail on this subsystem figured out. I'm trying to figure out why it's not spreading out as far as I would like, and there's so many different factors for what that could be. Sometimes they get so violent all of a sudden. Sorry I had to skip out last night, trying to not spoil myself on Outer Wilds. Perfectly fair! I hope that whenever you do get around to playing it, that you have as much of a good time as we've been having. Why are you so small and tightly compacted? Weh. I'm too brain dead. Because I'm a cold bulb. It's making me angry. I keep feeling like I figured one thing out to get it right, and then I do one little effect that changes everything.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Rosie. What am I looking at here? We are building 2 different particle systems right now. We got the first part pretty much made, which is this, well, Coca-Cola. That's just our placeholder for right now because I didn't have the actual sprites made. But we are recreating the flare gun from Poppy Playtime Chapter 4. We've created the ball and light point that shoots out from the flare gun, but we are currently working on the fire portion for the sub-emitter, which will come out, that this will radiate from the ball itself, but it's not behaving how I want it to. It's all too tightly compacted and somehow not spreading out enough. And I don't quite know why. I guess I could just make it bigger. That doesn't really do anything, though. No, it's just all of this information over here controls the behavior of each pixel from the particles. And I am not putting in the right information to make it behave how I want because it's been a very long time since I've done particle systems. I can actually probably check and see when the last time I did them was. So it's been almost a year exactly since I last touched particle systems. And it's truly just a matter of fucking around with it until I remember which one, or I figure out which one is doing the thing that I want it to do. I'm looking for some sort of spreading because I want the pieces to separate more. And unfortunately, when I put the noise filter over them, which is supposed to add randomness to it, it adds so much it's too much, you know? I'm gonna go ahead and put another texture on our renderer here, so at least I can see what the fuck is happening. You know what? Fuck it. More Coke. There you go. At least we can see that. Coca Cope is right. If you were stranded on a desert island and could only take one book with you, what would that book be?
Did you remember to save
I heard you, Q.
all of your files?
Usually my go-to is Jurassic Park, but I feel like I would get sick of that one. I'll be honest, I don't think I would read if I were stuck on a desert island. Right, why is it releasing these in bursts now? That's why. Feels like a little too much. Well, what happens when we put the noise back on? Appears the noise has been broken. Never mind. We've turned into bees again. Why are you so violent? What is the... Why do they get so violent? Good night, Kolar. Yeah, it's probably the strength. It's not helpful right now because the preview's not previewing. And I think I did something to botch that up. Because I could see it before. It's a little better. It's okay to have a couple of violent ones. Yeah, you're up pretty late, Q. Kind of feel like it's too many again. Wait. I want you to be just a little more violent than that. Okay, not that violent. All right, finally getting somewhere.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you for the reminder to save, Foobar. Q, go to bed. Thank you, baby. I think this is finally starting to be what I want it to be. Now, I would like to have these flip around, which I know we were able to do earlier. I'm just a little scared to mess with anything now that it's finally starting to be what I want it to be. Currently installing Linux on an old PC for my dad so that he can use CAD? Canadian money? I'm sorry, I am so brain dead at this point in the night. Computer-aided design. Ah. It's not quite doing what I want it to do. Now we're getting it to do what we want it to do. Never mind. We do want it to be visible like this, though. Bronx, don't lick my foot. Wait a minute. I think this is not what I want. I think what I want is rotation over lifetime and rotation over speed. Yes! God, finally! Alright, let me turn off the, visualize pivot, because we don't give a fuck about that. We're doing so good. I'd prefer if they stopped being so flat. Q, I know you want me to be chit-chatty here, but I am so tired and brain dead. It requires 100% of my focus to figure out what I'm doing right now. I want this to have randomness that doesn't necessarily feel random. I want it to feel natural.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
God, what have I done now? Well, I've righteously hecked up this, which is not what I wanted to do. I don't know why this is a rectangle now. That's gonna have to be good enough for now. I don't think I can do any more for it with my current hunger level. Let's set it to the sub of this one again. How do I turn off the visual for the collider? Visualize bounds, that's why. They feel a little too much like flower petals instead of Little flares that come off of a ball of fire. But oh well. I'll have to keep playing with it. I think that this is a little too difficult to be doing right now without any of the textures that we need, so we'll just save it here and come back to it another time. I am definitely at a point tonight where I need to stop looking at this, go get some food, and hey, look at that, it's midnight. That means I have all of the nightly chores to do before I get to do that. Oh well. Let's throw you guys away at somebody else. My eyes are actually blurry from staring at this for so long. All right. We'll go say hi to Gnarly for now. Gnarly is playing Cult of the Lamb, which I know you guys are a big fan of. I wish Lil Ball could take care of these chores, believe you me. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and get this raid message up and running. I am sorry that we don't have anything fun to see at the end of this. Usually we'll get to see some kind of cool something or other, but there are definitely a lot of days like this when it comes to programming, too. Oh, sorry. Oof. Days where you don't get to see the fruits of your labor. You just have to keep chipping away at it. But tenacity is all part of it. You have to be able to endure. Thank you, Lil Bald. I don't think that's helping, but thank you. Let's get our raid message up and running. And you can copy and paste that if you like once we get there. There's no obligation. As for us, for the rest of what's going on here, nothing planned this weekend. I'm sorry, I'm still not ready to pick up Deltarune again. I just have not had the time. I've got way too many projects I've got to focus on right now. But next week, our 2D Tuesday, we'll be continuing to finish the ornaments if I don't get those done over the weekend. Wednesday, we will be picking up once again with Outer Wilds. And because we are creeping in closer and closer to getting Poppy Playtime Chapter 5 next month, we will also continue to be working on the player. So I hope to see you guys then. I hope you all have a fantastic weekend if I don't get to see you. I love you all so much. Thank you for being here. And I hope you have a great time. Goodbye.